Hey guys, tonight we're stepping barefoot onto the scorching sands of ancient Persia, where somehow people figured out how to store ice in a place so dry and sun-scorched it could bake flatbread right on the ground. You blink up at the desert sky, sweat already dripping into your eyes, and suddenly, someone hands you a chunk of ice. Not a metaphor, not a mirage. Real, solid, beautiful ice. You're about to spend the night learning how brilliant, desperate, and just a little bit obsessive people used to be long before air conditioning freezers, or even metal tools in some cases. Imagine waking up before dawn just to catch the frost, like it's fish, then burying it underground, so your family doesn't melt by midday. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop a comment with your current location and what time it is there. I always love seeing where you're listening from. Now dim, the lights maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge across hard, cracked earth, the sun already clawing at your neck. If you're expecting a desert to be quiet, think again. It hums with heat, with insects, with a kind of dry energy that makes your tongue feel like chalk. But the real surprise isn't what's around you, it's what's below you. You're walking over the secrets of a civilization that figured out how to trap winter and stretch it across months. The ancient Persians didn't just store ice in the desert they engineered. It worshipped it and weaponized it against the sun. And they did it with mud geometry and moonlight. You step into a village that no longer exists somewhere near Yazd or Kerman. There are no roads, no signs, just outlines in the dust. But someone once lived here, lots of someones who depended on one strange dome at the edge of town. It rises like a fat stone teardrop from the earth. This, you're told, is a yakhchal, literally ice pit. But calling it that feels like calling the Taj Mahal a shed. It's ancient Persian refrigeration, an air-cooled, solar-shading, water-wrangling monument to survival. The yakhchal is tall, about the height of a 3-story house, and made entirely of a special mud brick called saruj. That stuff isn't just dirt. It's engineered with sand clay ash, goat hair, and even lime and camel urine for waterproofing. Not glamorous, but very effective. The outer wall is thick, like 2 meters thick in some places, and it slopes upward to a conical point, which isn't just for style. That shape helps with airflow drawing hot air upward, while cool air pools below, and you'll need that airflow. Because beneath your feet is the ice chamber, deep and dark, and cool enough to make you exhale like you just opened a fridge door. You lean down, listening to the silence. This is where villagers used to lower blocks of ice wrapped in straw, hoping it would last through spring and maybe even into summer. The really wild part, they didn't just store ice here, they made it. Out in the open, in the middle of the desert, using only the night sky. That's where things get almost mystical. You start to understand that this wasn't just about technology. It was about timing. The ancient Persians worked with the land, with the stars, and with each other. Ice was as much about ritual as it was about science, and it was worth the effort. Ice meant preserved food. It meant cool drinks. It meant medicine didn't spoil. and the king could host guests without looking sweaty and weak. But it also meant power, because whoever controlled the yakhchal wasn't just storing ice. They were storing influence. Now, here's your first big reality check. You probably wouldn't survive this. Not because of the heat or the hard labor, though both would wear you down quick, but because this system depends on a kind of patience and coordination modern people just don't have. You can't rush ice making in the desert. You can't shortcut mud brick construction. You can't fight the sun. You have to dance with it. And yet the Persians did just that night after night, year after year. They watched shadows, studied wind patterns, and passed secrets down through generations. You take one last look at the silent yakhchal. It's empty now, but it held stories once, cold ones. Historians still argue whether the exact origins of the yakhchal lie with the Achaemenid Empire, the Sassanids, or even earlier nomadic tribes. But what's certain is that by 400 BC, the system was in place, working, silent, perfect. One fringe historian even claimed the Persians learned the art of ice harvesting from lost tribes in Siberia, though no one's been able to prove that. Still, the idea lingers like a chill on the back of your neck in a room that should be too hot for goosebumps, and so you keep walking. The sun hasn't set yet, but soon it will, and that's when the real magic begins. You wander toward the dome again, this time in twilight. The light has softened. The desert's brutality gives way to hush. Crickets chirp in the distance, and the air finally stops clawing at your skin. The yakhchal stands before you, calm, stoic, and slightly smug, like it knows something you don't. You circle it slowly, running your hand along the dusty curve of its wall. It feels cool. Not cold, like ice, just cool, like the inside of a clay jug that's been sitting in the shade all day. And considering the surrounding temperature, could roast almonds on a stone that's borderline miraculous. Then your fingers brush against a faint seam in the base. A little door. You crouch and peer inside. Inside, it's cavernous. No lights, no sound, just air thick with memory. You step in, feeling your way forward, guided by instinct and echoes. Your shoes scrape over old stones, the floor sloping downward. The air grows noticeably cooler the deeper you go. It's a full 10 degrees lower down here, and that's without a single watt of electricity. You're now inside the belly of the yakhchal. This wasn't just a pit, it was an engineered microclimate. The entire system depends on evaporative cooling thermal mass and a beautiful understanding of airflow. The thick walls insulate. The high conical roof channels hot air upward and out, and the shaded underground chamber traps the cold. But here's the kicker. No two yakhchals were built exactly alike. Local geography dictated everything. Wind patterns, slope available materials, even where the moon rose in winter. You wouldn't copy a yakhchal blueprint. You'd adapt it, tune it, coax it to life like a living thing. And once it worked, you didn't mess with it. Not even the king. You climb a narrow ledge on the inner wall. From here you can see the whole space. At the bottom is where ice would be stacked, huge blocks wrapped in straw, stacked like treasure. A small, sloped drainage tunnel leads away from the floor, designed to carry off meltwater. Even if some ice turned to water, it wouldn't sit and rot. The yakhchal was self-regulating, and that's just inside. Outside, more genius waits. At the base, thick mud brick walls surround the yakhchal in a protective ring. They cast deep shadows on the earth, minimizing ambient heat. On some days, when wind blew just right, it funneled through carefully placed vents, whistling softly as it swept down into the chamber like a polite house guest bringing a breeze. You step back out into the evening light and tilt your head. There's a certain elegance to the dome now touched by moonlight. It doesn't look modern, sleek, or flashy, but it works. And it's worked for centuries. Here's a fun tidbit. Most tourists never hear. Some yakhchals weren't used just for ice. In certain cities, they doubled as morgues during summer months. It's a little eerie, sure, but also practical. In fact, some ancient inscriptions even describe rituals involving the placing of chilled herbs and bodies in the same vault. Yeah, you'd think twice before sipping tea brewed near that stash. Scholars still debate how much of the yakhchal's success was intentional engineering versus happy accident. Did Persian builders fully understand thermodynamics, or were they tweaking things based on intuition, gradually shaping the perfect cold trap through generations of trial and error? Most agree it's probably a mix. They didn't have thermometers or HVAC flow models, but they watched, observed, built slowly, listened to what the desert taught them. And let's be honest, if a civilization today can barely keep their frozen pizza from thawing during a power outage, then maybe we should give a little more respect to the people who froze water with nothing but starlight. You linger near the outer wall and look out over what used to be communal land. That's important. The yakhchal wasn't just some private fridge for the elite. Villagers used it. Laborers, teachers, mothers with teething babies. Everyone had some stake in keeping the ice safe. It was in many ways a social fridge. Ice was rationed, prioritized. The sick went first, then food preservation, then festive use. There are old Persian poems now mostly forgotten that describe the joy of receiving a single chipped-off shard on a summer afternoon. A gift from the gods, they called it. A little sip of winter in July. And the dome above you, it never needed a repaint. That straw-colored exterior helped reflect sunlight. Some builders even mixed powdered marble or grounded shells into the top coat to make it sparkle faintly in the desert light, like it was mocking the sun itself. You smile. The Persians didn't just fight heat. They outwitted it, with mud and math and infinite patience. And now you tired, parched, and oddly inspired realize the real magic isn't ice in the desert. It's that somebody thousands of years ago cared enough to make it happen. You wake before dawn, not because of any alarm, but because the desert tells you to. There's a silence outside that's almost alive, the kind that wraps around your ears and presses softly against your temples. It's the perfect moment, the one the ancient Persians waited for with quiet anticipation. The coldest hour of the night. A few more minutes, and the sun will breach the horizon like a flaming executioner. But right now, the world is still forgiving. You shuffle toward the shallow basins, carved just outside the yakhchal. Long rectangular trenches, lined with polished stone or hardened clay. They shimmer faintly under the last breath of moonlight. Some are barely an inch deep, just enough to catch water without holding too much warmth. And they're not empty. You lean closer. Thin sheets of ice, delicate, nearly transparent, have formed over the water. They crackle under the lightest touch, like glass under stress. You wouldn't think such fragile things could be part of a survival system. But here, they're the front line in the ancient war against the sun. Last night, the villagers poured water into these trenches just after sunset. Then they waited. They didn't cross their fingers and hope it wasn't guesswork. It was ritual. They knew the conditions: still air, low humidity, clear skies. They checked the stars, the wind, even the behavior of dogs, which some believed could sense moisture shifts before humans did. When the night was right, they acted. You're watching what was effectively a desert factory running on night and know-how. Those thin ice sheets, they weren't the end product. They were harvested just before sunrise, gently lifted and stacked into large containers. More water was poured, more frost was summoned, and if conditions were good enough, thicker layers could be achieved over multiple nights, forming blocks the size of dinner plates. Ice farming, but with no fields, no crops, just perfect timing. And this wasn't a one-person operation. Entire families were involved. Children tiptoed around the edges with straw brooms, sweeping away dust or animal tracks. Grandmothers tracked the stars. Fathers carried loads of water, walking with a sloshing balance of tightrope artists. It was dusty, cold, repetitive work, but it bound the community like nothing else. You can almost hear their whispers. Be gentle, the ice listens. And yes, there were failures. Some nights, a rogue wind would ruin everything. Other times, the moon would glare too brightly, warming the earth just enough to betray the process. Sometimes jackals would sneak in and lap at the trenches. Sometimes the water simply refused to freeze, stubborn and smug. Historians still argue whether this method originated in Central Persia or whether it was brought in by traveling engineers from further east, perhaps even influenced by early Indian irrigation methods. There's no definitive answer, and maybe that's fitting. The process was a blend of intuition, experiment, and climate. It belonged to the land as much as to the people. There's a quirky fringe theory, mostly laughed at in academic circles, that claims some yakhchal users spread a thin film of plant oil over the surface of the water to reduce evaporation and help accelerate surface cooling. No physical evidence supports it yet, but it's the kind of idea that makes you smile. Because whether or not it's true, you believe someone somewhere definitely tried it. You sit cross-legged near one basin, watching frost dance over the surface, like a ghost with a deadline. The geometry of it all is stunning: long lines of trenches aligned in ways that capture the night's chill, like fingers grasping for stars. Some historians believe the shapes mirrored constellations, a celestial blueprint drawn on sand. And this ice wasn't stored immediately. No, it had to be stacked with care. The harvesters would wrap the slabs in dry reeds or thick cloth materials that breathed, that cushioned, that slowed the melt without trapping heat. Then down into the yakhchal's belly. It went one by one, layered and rotated like aged wine in a cellar. You touch one trench's edge and find it rough, slightly cracked, like it's been frozen and thawed 1,000 times. And maybe it has. This site could be hundreds of years old, or 1,000, or it might have just been rebuilt using old techniques. The yakhchal doesn't brag. It just stands, does its job, and watches centuries come and go. You take one last look at the shallow ice and squint toward the east. The sky's changing now, bleeding orange and violet, and with it comes the heat. Fast, relentless. You can feel it on your skin before you even see the sun. The night's magic is over, but the ice remains, and for now, that's enough. You don't notice it at first, but there's a strange trickling sound as you walk away from the yakhchal's icy trench. It's faint, rhythmic, like the desert exhaling. You follow it stepping across the hardened earth until you come to a slope that leads down into a shallow valley. The path is rough, scattered with gravel and patches of scrub. But then, between two low ridges, you find it a narrow tunnel carved directly into the earth. Cool air rushes out of it, brushing your ankles like a shy cat. You've just stumbled onto one of the qanats. To the untrained eye, it's little more than a ditch with a vent hole. But this was the lifeblood of ancient Persian civilization. This was how water ran uphill, or at least looked like it did. You crouch down near the opening and peer inside. The tunnel stretches endlessly into darkness, perfectly straight. It's only about shoulder wide, carved by hand, and lined with stone in places where the earth is weak. And far below, deeper than you'd expect, water glints faintly. This water isn't from some nearby river. It's been traveling miles in some cases, gently coaxed along a downhill slope from higher terrain, like a shy guest guided by hospitality rather than force. The gradient, almost imperceptible. Often just 1 meter of drop for every 1,000 meters of length. But it works perfectly. You see, the ancient Persians knew that the best way to beat the heat wasn't to fight it head on. It was to work around it. These underground channels, called qanats, collected water from mountain springs or aquifers and carried it beneath the blistering surface, hidden cool and protected from evaporation. That meant no pumps, no buckets, just gravity and patience. And the engineering wasn't haphazard. Qanats had access shafts dug at intervals both to allow workers inside during construction and to vent heat as water traveled. These shafts look like bite marks across the landscape, little round holes leading nowhere. Except they do lead somewhere to life. Without qanats, the yakhchals would have been little more than fancy domes. You can't freeze water if you don't have water to begin with. And in the desert, every drop counts. So, the qanat brought in the supply, quietly, constantly, like a heartbeat underground. Historians still argue over exactly when and where the first qanat appeared. Was it in Persia around 1000 BCE? Or did the technique spread from even older Mesopotamian cities? Some suggest it developed independently in multiple regions facing similar challenges. But one thing is clear: Persia mastered it. And here's a lesser-known tidbit. Ancient qanat builders had a reputation so fierce and so respected that they were considered untouchable during wartime. Some armies would raze a town, but spare the qanat diggers. Why? Because if you destroyed a qanat, you weren't just ending one village, you were killing everything downstream too. You lean closer to the tunnel's mouth and hear the flow, a low, soothing gurgle. You imagine workers centuries ago chiseling through bedrock by torchlight. They carried soil out by hand or with woven baskets. It could take decades to finish a single qanat, but once built, it could last hundreds of years with almost no maintenance. Even today, some still run. Silently, reliably, just doing what they were meant to do. You dip your fingers into the small pool forming where the tunnel meets the open air. The water is cold. Not freezing, but cold enough to make you flinch. Cold enough that in the middle of the desert, it feels magical. This is the water they used for everything, not just drinking or irrigating crops, but for making ice. Some of it would be channeled into the basins you saw earlier, some into cisterns, and some straight into the yakhchal's holding chamber. And none of it, not a single drop, was wasted. Even the architecture of villages was shaped by qanats. Homes were often built close to access points, and entire neighborhoods formed around water-sharing agreements. If you messed with someone's water rights, that was serious business. Probably more serious than stealing a goat. Some qanats even had small underground rooms, carved beside them, resting places where travelers or workers could take shelter in the cool darkness, drink fresh water, and wait out the punishing heat. You walk past one now crouching to look inside. It's empty, but there's a groove in the floor where someone once sat. Maybe napped. Maybe dreamed. The sun's coming up fast now, lighting the landscape in a fiery glow. Shadows vanish. Colors bleach. The world gets louder, but the qanat remains hushed. You walk back toward the village ruins, grateful. Not just for the breeze or the water, but for the sheer audacity of it all. People once looked at a desert and said, "We'll make it work." And then they did. By the time you return to the yakhchal, the desert is awake. The wind kicks up dust in lazy spirals. A falcon cries overhead. The heat presses in, not sharp, not sudden, but like a heavy cloak draped over your shoulders. The coolness from earlier already feels like a distant memory. But you have one more place to visit: the cold trap itself, the true heart of the structure. You step back inside the dome. The shift is immediate. Outside, the air sizzles. Inside, it's quiet, tempered, like you've entered a sacred chamber, or perhaps a particularly well-insulated tomb. You descend again, retracing your steps down the smooth ramp that curves around the inner wall. No stairs, no rails, just a slow spiral downward, built so that even someone carrying a heavy load of ice could manage without slipping. At the bottom, the air is cooler than before. Not air-conditioned by modern standards, but noticeably chill. The thick mud brick walls, the carefully calculated angles, and the underground depth all conspire to shelter the cold. You pause to marvel at the design again. No vents here to bring in heat. No windows. Just controlled stillness. And here's where the physics of it all takes over. This yakhchal wasn't just a glorified root cellar. It was an active system that manipulated temperature through three principles: insulation, evaporation, and convection. The thick walls slowed heat transfer. The dry desert air, entering only through narrow channels, caused any water inside to evaporate and carry heat away. And the conical shape directed rising warm air upward away from the chamber below. At night, when the temperature dropped sharply, often below freezing in the Persian highlands, the system went into overdrive. That's when water was poured into the shallow outdoor pools, as you've seen. Once frozen, it was transferred down here before the morning sun could undo the night's work. Layer by layer, week by week, you spot what's left of a drainage trench, a small channel carved into the stone floor. It's angled just enough to let meltwater seep out and away, often into a secondary holding pool, where it could be used for irrigation. Even the melting was productive. Nothing was wasted. Water in the desert was more precious than gold. Some yakhchals had multiple compartments, rooms sectioned off by thick walls or large clay jars buried in the earth. Each compartment held different things: ice in one, perishables in another, medicines or herbs in a third. You imagine yourself crouching beside one of those old clay jars. Now the outside slick with condensation, the inside cool enough to keep fresh figs from turning to mush. You brush your fingers over the stone. It's smooth in some places, worn by generations of hands and footsteps. But in others, it's rough, unfinished, reminding you that this wasn't a palace. It was a community tool, built by workers, maintained by families, visited by everyone from beggars to nobles. And the cold, it wasn't accidental. It was trapped. One mainstream theory goes like this: the yakhchal's shape and airflow created a passive air current. As hot air inside rose and exited through a top vent, it pulled cooler air from the base, creating circulation. Combined with the thermal inertia of the thick walls and the insulating power of surrounding sand, this circulation kept the interior temperature well below ambient, sometimes for months. But of course, not all historians agree. Some argue that the ice stayed frozen primarily because it was buried deep, shaded well and replenished constantly. Others think the airflow played a bigger role than we credit. Still, others point out that no two yakhchals behaved identically, making blanket theories tricky at best. There's even a fringe claim that builders used salt blocks mixed with the ice to further depress the freezing point, a claim that's never been proven, but isn't entirely far-fetched. After all, Persian alchemists knew a great deal more about chemical interactions than we give them credit for. You lean against the wall and close your eyes. You can picture it, all the villagers hauling in blocks of fresh ice, their feet crunching on sand, their shoulders straining under weight. The smell of straw insulation, the low murmur of prayer or gossip, the careful stacking wrapped tight, angled to reduce surface melt. The silence after. This place was more than a freezer. It was a guardian of seasons, preserving the dead of winter for the height of summer. It was a symbol of order, foresight, control. In a land where chaos could arrive with the wind, the yakhchal was predictability. Cold in the heat, stillness in the dust, and you realize something strange. This cold trap feels comforting. Maybe that's what they felt too. A small corner of the world they could tame. A place where they could say, "This will last. We've planned for this." A pause in the endless desert rhythm. Outside, you hear the wind again. The day is heating up. But down here, in the belly of the yakhchal, it's still quiet, still cold, still working. The desert darkens again. The sky, which had been a harsh, sun-bleached canvas of white and gold, now fades into cooling blues. The sand under your feet no longer burns, and even the wind seems to exhale. It's almost time. You follow the ghost of a villager, well, not literally, though it feels like it, as she walks with careful purpose out toward the ice pools. Her arms are strong from hauling water, her feet cracked by years of stone and sand. In her hands, she holds a clay jug, wide-mouthed and heavy, filled with the last draw of the day's water. She doesn't look around. She doesn't need to. She's done this 100 times, probably more. You stay a few respectful paces behind, watching as she pours the water into the shallow basin. It spreads in a thin sheet, barely covering the bottom, and immediately begins to reflect the first stars peeking into the dusk. This is the quiet art of ice farming, and you're seeing it exactly how it happened over 2,000 years ago. The pool is nothing fancy, just a stone trench as before, but with slight elevation, aligned with the prevailing wind and surrounded by low mud brick walls. These walls aren't high enough to cast heavy shadows. They're there to block breezes, because still air helps the surface water lose heat more efficiently through radiative cooling. No moving air to stir up warmth. Just open sky and clear stars like a black mirror stretched overhead. She waits. Not long. Her family is already back at the yakhchal tending to the inner chamber. Children roll dried reeds into bundles, ready to cushion tomorrow's ice slabs. The father checks the insulation, whispering about foxes he saw the night before. But she just watches the water, and the miracle unfolds. As the night deepens and temperatures drop, the heat in that thin layer of water begins to radiate upward into the sky. With no cloud cover to trap warmth, the surface cools faster than you'd expect for a desert. And with enough luck, that water will begin to freeze before midnight. But freezing isn't always guaranteed. It depends on dozens of factors: wind speed, humidity, cloud cover, ambient temperature. That's why this task, ice farming, wasn't left to chance. It took skill, experience, a kind of instinct, and yes, it's farming. You plant the water, you tend the pool, and by morning, if nature has cooperated, you harvest ice. You kneel beside another trench, testing the surface with a cautious fingertip. It's begun to stiffen. Not solid yet, but slick like fresh gel. By dawn, it'll be firm. The trick is catching it before the sun ruins it, which means rising before first light, lifting each sheet delicately and stacking it fast. And if you do that every night after night, week after week, you can eventually build up enough ice to last through summer. Some communities even worked in shifts, taking turns to pour watch, harvest, and rest. Others built rotating basins, one freezing while another was harvesting. You think of it like an assembly line, except instead of conveyor belts and machines, it's just wind mud and a whole lot of discipline. Historians still debate how efficient this system was. Some claim only the wealthiest towns could afford the labor and time. Others believe that even the poorest communities had small-scale setups enough to keep milk cool or provide a sick child with a cold compress. The records are spotty. But one thing is sure: when it worked, it was life-changing. You smile at one quirky detail unearthed from Persian poetry lovers. Sometimes sent each other slivers of ice in wax-sealed jars carried by runners at night. Not flowers, not perfume, ice. Because in the desert, that wasn't just romantic, it was practically sorcery. There's even a half-believed legend about a local healer who kept her herbs in an ice cache, using frost to suspend their potency. The colder the leaf, the saying went, the longer the breath. No one's found her grave, but the story clings to the village ruins like ivy. And it's not hard to see why. Standing here, watching the stars reflect off a shallow film of freezing water, you start to believe anything is possible. You imagine the villagers whispering over the pools, reciting prayers, or folk chants to coax the frost into staying longer. One old tale describes a man who sang lullabies to the water each night until it froze. He claimed the ice would crack less if it felt loved. You're not sure that's scientifically accurate, but honestly, you kind of want to try it yourself. The night deepens. The basins glitter with ice forming like silk across their surfaces. Behind you, the yakhchal looms silent and waiting. And inside it, a cold vault, already partly filled, sits like a promise. Tomorrow morning, the family will return to this pool, lifting the fragile ice sheets with tongs and wrapping them in straw. They'll lower them into the pit layer by layer until the yakhchal becomes a winter bank filled with slow frozen wealth. No electricity, no plastics, just stone time and relentless patience. You lie back against the sand and let the night fold over you. In the quiet, you think this is what engineering used to look like. Not loud, not automated, but precise and deeply human. Morning hits like a slap. You're up before the sun rises fully, because you have to be. If you're not, you lose the night's work. That's the rule. That's the deal. With this whole system, respect the cold, or the desert takes it back. The ice is ready. You jog out to the trenches again, eyes still half closed, feet crunching on sand and stone. The frost has held. Thin sheets of solid ice shimmer like glass panes across the shallow basins. Some are barely thicker than a coin, but others where the night was colder or the pool more shaded are thick enough to lift without snapping. You're not alone. Other villagers are already working in silence save for the occasional cough or greeting mumbled through scarves and veils. Everyone moves quickly, carefully. Ice tongs scrape gently against stone. Straw mats are unrolled. This is not a time for chatter. This is the harvest. You kneel and begin to lift the first sheet. It peels away with a satisfying crack, cold burning into your fingertips. You place it on a reed mat, then another, then another. Each one stacked like tiles. Others do the same, working in small groups, handing off bundles to runners who carry them back to the yakhchal. This part of the process, getting the ice inside before the sun finds, it was like a military operation. Timed, coordinated. One person couldn't do it all. You needed runners, carriers, stackers, supervisors. If the harvest was big, the whole village might turn out, and it had to be done before breakfast. As you follow the path back toward the dome, arms full of ice wrapped in straw, you notice something on the other side of the village across a sandy courtyard. Another structure rises. Smaller, more angular. Same mud brick, same color. But instead of holding ice, it bakes bread. It hits you suddenly. Team Sun versus Team Ice. You cross into the territory of the village's tandoor ovens, low round kilns used for making flatbread roasted dates, sometimes even bricks. They look like upside-down cousins of the yakhchal, equally ancient, equally essential. And yet philosophically, complete opposites. One stores winter, one thrives on fire. You smirk. There must have been debates, fierce, dusty, petty arguments over whose dome was superior. The bakers, with their scorching tan doors, puffing smoke and roasting grain. The ice storers hunched in the cool of their pits, muttering about airflow and insulation. And sure enough, one half-joking proverb survives from that time. The baker feeds your belly, but the ice maker saves your soul. Historians still debate how true that rivalry was. Was it friendly competition or just poetic license? Some suggest the roles overlapped, that families operated both ovens and yakhchals depending on season. Others think the two camps were very distinct, each inheriting trade secrets, recipes, and maintenance lore passed down through generations. The ice guilds versus the flame guilds, and let's not ignore the structural irony. Both types of domes relied on the same materials, mud brick, straw, lime, and even the same knowledge of airflow. The tandoor pulled oxygen in from the base and vented smoke upward, just like a yakhchal pulled heat away from ice. One intensified fire, the other banished it. Same science, different gods. You imagine a summer festival, people crowding around both domes, one delivering fresh bread, the other chipped ice for drinks. Kids running barefoot from the warmth of the oven to the chill of the yakhchal's shadow, chasing temperature like it's candy. There's a story, half lost in some traveler's notebook, about a woman who married into a family of bakers, but came from a lineage of yakhchal keepers. Apparently, their wedding was catered by both clans, and someone nearly caught fire carrying a pot of mint syrup past the bread oven to meet the ice. It ended in laughter and sticky sandals. Quirky fact, some communities even painted their domes differently. Yakhchals were often left their natural beige or coated in pale reflective lime plaster. Tandoors, on the other hand, were sometimes darkened on purpose to better absorb heat. A visual declaration of intent, cool here, hot over there. You pause halfway between the two structures and think this wasn't just clever design, it was balance. A philosophy made of adobe and fire. People who could freeze water and bake bread in the same 200-meter radius without ever plugging in a machine. That's not just smart. That's civilization. You return to the yakhchal, your arms full again, the air warming fast. Inside, others are already stacking the morning's catch. It's almost full now, the chamber lined with ice layered with reeds, cool and quiet, like a library of frozen pages. Someone whistles a tune. Another tells a joke about a chicken trying to chill its eggs. It's light-hearted, but the rhythm never stops. Time is always ticking. Sun is always rising. But for now, Team Ice wins this round. By midday, the sun has reclaimed everything. The shadows are sharp. The stones could blister your feet. The air itself feels like it's vibrating with heat, like someone pressed a giant hairdryer to the land and forgot to turn it off. Even the flies seem to move more slowly, as if they too regret waking up. And yet inside the yakhchal all is still. You sit beside a low wall in the shade, sipping from a shallow clay cup. The water is cool. Not icy, not freezing, but cool enough to feel like kindness. You didn't think that temperature could be an emotion until now. But here it is. You look around. There's no party happening. No royal feast. No festival dancers. Just a few children chasing a goat, someone napping under a fig tree, and the low murmurs of village life carrying on like it has for centuries. And yet this ice, this miracle, this stubborn defiance of physics is still happening every day. So why go through all this effort? Because in ancient Persia, ice wasn't a luxury. It was survival. You start to realize in a place where food spoiled fast, where medicines turned sour, where bodies overheated and babies dehydrated in a matter of hours, cold mattered. It wasn't just about comfort. It was about control. Imagine being able to store dairy milk yogurt cheese without fear of spoilage, or keeping fruit from fermenting, or mixing herbs into cooled syrups that could soothe fevers and settle upset stomachs. In a time without thermometers, the ability to preserve things even for a few extra days was a superpower. There's a record scribbled on a piece of 14th century parchment of a village that kept a small bundle of dates soaked in chilled rosewater throughout the summer. The elders would give one to each child during the hottest week of the year. It wasn't a treat. It was preventative medicine. Hydration, sugar, and coolness all in one. Clever. And then, of course, there was the king. Oh yes. If you thought this was just for villagers and common folk, think again. Because once word spread that peasants were making and storing ice in the desert, the nobility got involved. Quickly and predictably. You picture a royal courtyard in Persepolis or Isfahan, the paving stones reflecting heat servants in linen robes darting from shaded corridors with trays of food and drink. And in the center of it all, a chilled beverage, maybe pomegranate juice, maybe wine served with a sliver of ice like a trophy pulled from the underworld. Suddenly, that humble village yakhchal becomes a palace supplier, the best ice saved for the court. Entire caravans were organized just to transport ice across deserts to royal banquets. Wrapped in straw, buried in salt, protected like relics, those ice blocks were status symbols. There are scrolls, half myth, half logistics, that speak of camel trains moving under moonlight, each carrying only a few chunks of ice packed in layers of reeds, rushed through checkpoints to keep them from melting. And they paid handsomely for it too, in grain, in silver, sometimes even in land rights. Historians still debate just how much of this was real and how much was exaggeration. Some claim the idea of cross-desert ice caravans was impossible, that the ice would have melted too fast. Others point to well-documented trade routes and consistent references in court records. Some say it wasn't just about delivering usable ice. It was about sending a message. Look what we can do. Look what we have access to. Quirky fact 1. Persian Shah, during an especially brutal summer, reportedly ordered his cupbearer executed for bringing him a drink that wasn't cold enough. Seems dramatic, but hey, royal tempers and desert heat don't mix well. It's easy to scoff at the vanity, the extravagance. But when you think about it, the idea of royalty demanding ice is no different than your boss demanding air conditioning in a July boardroom. Power likes to stay cool. And so, ice became political. Whoever controlled the yakhchal, or more accurately, the chain of yakhchals across the region, wasn't just cooling drinks. They were controlling food supply trade routes, even morale. You sip your now warm water and chuckle. You wonder how many ancient arguments began with, "You gave the king's ice to who?" Of course not every block went to the palace. Some ice stayed local, used sparingly, carefully, almost ceremonially. Babies with fevers got cloths soaked in meltwater. Farmers with sunstroke were placed in shaded rooms, lined with yakhchal air bricks. It wasn't just storage, it was protection. And in some regions, ice was used to prepare dishes that have long since vanished from menus. There's mention of a frozen yogurt honey blend served with mulberries. Another describes saffron snow drinks made by shaving ice into copper bowls and drizzling it with syrup steeped in herbs. You can almost taste one now. Cold, sweet, with a sting of sunburned lips. It probably melted in minutes, but those few minutes, unforgettable. This is the moment you realize they weren't just storing ice. They were storing moments. They were bottling a feeling of control, of care, of celebration in a world that gave them so little certainty. And the yakhchal, it wasn't just a structure, it was a promise. The camel's breath comes in puffs of steam against the cool dawn, even though the air will be punishing in just a few hours. Its hooves crunch softly over sand as it plods forward, burdened not with silk or spices, but with a cargo far more valuable, ice. You follow the slow procession across the dunes, watching as each camel carries a carefully balanced load, twin wicker baskets, padded with straw, each cradling blocks of ice wrapped in oiled cloth. This is not a merchant caravan. It's a royal delivery. Somewhere far ahead beyond the horizon, a king awaits his chilled drink, and you realize this is what victory over the desert looks like. The men guiding the camels speak little. Their job is sacred in its way. You learn that they travel only at night, resting during the day in stone shelters built along the route. These shelters are simple, cool, and strategically placed in the shadows of rock formations. Some are even dug halfway underground, using the earth itself as insulation. You're told this journey began in a mountain village 5 days ago. The ice was farmed, wrapped, packed, and loaded all in one night. Since then, the caravan has moved steadily under moonlight, navigating cliffs, avoiding bandits, even praying for cloudless nights to keep ambient temperatures low. Every hour matters. Every degree of heat costs. And no, this isn't just a special event. During the reign of certain kings, especially in the late Achaemenid and early Sassanid periods, ice deliveries were scheduled, routine, planned like military operations. Some courts received weekly shipments in summer. Others had reserves built up from multiple yakhchals stored in palatial basements, so deep and shaded they mimicked the domes themselves. You laugh softly when you hear one fringe tale. Supposedly, one Persian ruler demanded so much ice that a dedicated frost minister was appointed an official whose only job was to manage the royal cooling logistics. It's probably apocryphal. Probably. But you kind of wish it were true, because the logistics were no joke. The ice had to survive not just the journey, but also the expectations. It had to arrive clean, solid, and intact enough to shave into drinks chill fruit, or cool royal temples where dancers performed before flame-lit fountains. Some melting was inevitable, of course, but the trick was to minimize loss and maximize drama. You imagine the scene, golden cups clinking with shaved ice guests, gasping as cold nectar touches their tongues. Poets composing verses on how a shard of ice could tame a tiger's thirst. Servants scurrying to refill trays before anything turned to water. Ice here was theater. Historians still argue whether these royal ice deliveries were as frequent or dramatic as legend suggests. Some believe they were rare spectacles reserved for coronations or the hottest months. Others point to detailed tax records and merchant logs showing that certain regions dedicated entire labor guilds to frost preparation and transport. The debate continues, as always, but there's one thing they agree on. This wasn't just indulgence. This was infrastructure, and it had ripple effects. When ice became part of elite life, it sparked a chain reaction demand, created innovation. Better containers were designed. Faster routes were mapped. New yakhchals were commissioned, and entire towns began building around these cold cores. You turn back toward the desert trail. The camels are smaller now, silhouetted against the sun that rises behind them like a burning god. And you wonder how much ice will survive that journey. Will it make it to the palace? Will it vanish halfway, absorbed by the very sand it tries to defy? One traveler's journal, found centuries later, nearly illegible mentions a ruined caravan discovered in the desert. Its camels dead, its cargo half melted. No signs of struggle, just heat. A tragic reminder that the desert always collects its tax. Still, others made it. Often, successfully. The system worked again and again for generations, and not just for palaces. Some caravans stopped at remote outposts or temples to offer ice blessings. A chipped block shared among travelers. A frozen jar placed at the feet of a desert god statue. One tale even tells of a bride receiving a single flake of ice on her wedding day, a gift rarer than gold. You stand now in one of the caravan shelters, its stone walls etched with names and symbols. Perhaps graffiti, perhaps prayers. You run your hand over a sun-faded mark, two interlocked circles. One historian believes this symbol stood for cool union, a wish for the desert and the cold to make peace. It's strangely poetic, because this whole system wasn't just about transportation or preservation. It was about possibility. The idea that even in a land that wants to boil your blood, you can carry a piece of winter in your hands. And in that piece, whether it ends up in a king's goblet or a farmer's jar, you carry not just cold, but pride. Midnight in the desert is supposed to be peaceful, but not tonight. You can hear them. Whispers, footsteps, a muffled thud. Then another. Something scrapes against the side of the yakhchal. You freeze. This isn't a storm or an animal. It's people. Thieves. Yes, you heard right, ice thieves. It sounds absurd at first, doesn't it? The idea that someone would risk their life to steal a few blocks of frozen water. But in a place where cold can heal, feed, preserve, and let's be honest, make money ice was more than just a commodity. It was currency. And that made it a target. You peek from behind the wall and see two figures crouched near the yakhchal's lower entry hatch. They're silent, efficient. One holds a wrapped bundle of straw, the other uses a long hook to fish out ice from within. They've done this before? Probably many times. They don't talk. They don't hesitate. They're professionals, just like a couple of modern-day safecrackers. Only their prize frozen slabs, barely the size of paving stones. And they know the risks, because if they're caught, it's not just a scolding and a slap on the wrist. In some regions, stealing from the yakhchal was punishable by exile or worse. Not because of the theft itself, but because of what it endangered. One missing block could mean spoiled food. One compromised chamber could melt a month's harvest. It wasn't just crime. It was sabotage, but crime as always finds a way. In the trading city of Ray, for example, historians have uncovered records of a black market ice circuit where melted ice water was resold in shaded stalls as blessed chill. Some vendors even dyed the water with herbal tinctures to make it seem mystical, claiming it had touched the royal stash. One fringe report even tells of a vendor who froze his own urine into a cube and sold it as noble frost. He didn't last long. You smile at the absurdity, but also you get it, because ice here wasn't just physical. It was reputation, social status, proof that you were connected, trusted, privileged. And in the hands of the wrong people, it could be leverage. So how did they defend against theft? Some yakhchals had guards, not armored soldiers, mind you, but old men with sharp eyes and sharper words. Others used spiritual deterrents, charms placed at the entrance, or bowls of bitter herbs meant to offend thieves and jinn alike. There's even one account of a yakhchal keeper who kept a jar of scorpions near the ice chamber, not for any scientific reason, just because it made people nervous. Effective. Inside the community, there were unwritten laws. Only certain people were allowed to open the yakhchal. Only certain families could handle the harvest. Children were told not to go near it unsupervised, both for safety and because the cold might bite you. You're not sure if that was metaphor or actual superstition, but it worked. And yet, despite the precautions, theft happened. Often. Especially during bad years when the winter was too mild or the nights too cloudy. During those summers, ice became desperation solidified. Historians still argue about whether organized crime rings ever targeted the yakhchals systematically. Some say yes, pointing to ruins where chambers were deliberately broken open, suggesting coordinated attacks. Others claim most thefts were local, spontaneous, and born from hunger rather than greed. It's hard to say. Records are patchy. Eyewitnesses rarely wrote things down when they were also accessories. You duck as the thieves retreat into the dark, carrying their quiet bounty. You won't stop them. Not tonight. But you file the scene away, knowing this even ice, this humble melting miracle, was never just ice. It was something worth stealing. And the impact of that, it led to change. Some communities began reinforcing the yakhchal openings, embedding shards of glass or thorns into the mud brick. Others moved to communal usage logs, scratched onto stone tablets to track who took what and when. In larger towns, night patrols were formed not for safety in general, but specifically to guard the cold. And here's an odd fringe theory. One researcher believes some yakhchals may have been booby-trapped, fitted with pressure stones that caused loud echoes or whistles when stepped on, like ancient motion sensors. There's no proof of this, but you wouldn't be surprised, because the yakhchal wasn't just a place of preservation, it was a place of trust, and when that trust was broken, when someone chipped away at it, literally and figuratively, the whole community felt it. You return to the dome the next morning and find a scuffle of footprints near the entrance. One of the guards frowns, shakes his head. No words. Just the look of a man who knows he's been outwitted. Again. But the chamber inside still holds ice. Less than before, but enough. Enough to keep going, because the desert takes. The heat takes. Even people take. But the yakhchal, it gives back. Quietly. Patiently. As long as someone's there to protect it. The wind howls low and steady as you crouch beside the yakhchal, shielding your face from a sudden sandstorm that rises like an angry whisper. Grains of grit pelt your skin. The sky blurs into a chalky orange smear. But the dome doesn't flinch. The yakhchal has seen storms like this before. Hundreds, maybe thousands, and it's still here, which raises a question you've been circling around for hours now. How did this giant mud dome built without concrete, without steel, without the benefit of 3D modeling software or structural safety codes survive centuries of heat sandquakes and neglect? You wait out the worst of the wind beneath a canvas awning and finally approach the yakhchal again. Its surface is rough, yes, but remarkably intact. A few weathered patches, some cracking along the base. But the form, the iconic cone rising from the desert floor, remains unbowed. So what's the secret? It starts with the material saruj. You already know it's more than mud. It's a brilliant blend of sand, clay, goat hair, lime, and sometimes ash or pulverized brick. The addition of lime helps create a hydraulic reaction, meaning it hardens when wet and resists water when dry. The goat hair acts like rebar, binding the material together and preventing cracks from spreading. It's not glamorous, but it works. Like ancient duct tape, but smellier. Then there's the shape. You tilt your head and trace the curvature of the dome. It's not just aesthetic. The conical design is structurally brilliant. It spreads weight evenly downward and deflects wind rather than resisting it. A flat wall would collapse under pressure. A cone whispers to the wind, "Go around me." And that's exactly what the wind does. The base, often buried, partially below ground, anchors the entire structure. And in many cases, these bases were lined with large river stones or hardened earth floors to provide drainage and stability. Rain was rare, but when it came hard. The yakhchal had to be ready. Some builders even included gutters or sloped perimeters to channel runoff away. And in later centuries, records show experimentation with waterproof coatings, mixtures of egg-white plant resin, and lime painted onto the outer wall in the cool of morning. But the real key to the yakhchal's longevity, maintenance. This thing didn't survive by accident. It survived because generations of people cared for it. Replastering the surface every few years, checking the airflow, clearing dust from vents, repainting the reflective layer at the start of every summer. It wasn't just a building, it was a member of the community. Historians still argue whether this tradition of dome maintenance was formalized into a guild system like a Brotherhood of the Chill, or something equally dramatic. Some sources suggest yes, especially in larger cities. Others say it was just passed down through families. Either way, there's no denying the deep sense of stewardship involved. And here's a quirky tidbit. Certain villages treated the yakhchal like a living being. They gave it a name, left offerings at its base during solstices. One tale tells of a woman who sang lullabies to the dome after storms, afraid the wind had scared it. Laugh all you want, but that dome outlived her, and probably her great-grandchildren too. You run your fingers along a deep groove etched into the wall, a line of inscriptions now nearly erased by centuries of wind. Scholars believe these were cooling prayers or commemorative markers. One reads loosely translated, "Here the sun forgets its name, and still the yakhchal breathes." You walk around to the leeward side where the sand piles highest. Surprisingly, this is by design. Builders intentionally position the domes so prevailing winds would drive sand toward specific areas, reinforcing the base instead of eroding it. Let nature build your foundation for you. Genius. Some yakhchals were even integrated into the topography, built into hillsides or against cliff walls, so one side was naturally protected. Others had small wind towers, or badgers, architectural spires, that helped direct air downward into the dome, maximizing internal cooling. These weren't just fancy hats. They were precision tools. There's a fringe theory mostly dismissed, but fun to imagine that the yakhchal design was inspired by termite mounds. Those towering dirt structures you see across the African savanna with natural air channels and heat regulation. Did Persian engineers observe similar systems in nature? Who knows? But the parallels are hard to ignore. You step back and take in the whole thing again. Dust still clinging to your sleeves, eyes watering from the wind, and the dome still there, still watching, still standing, with the kind of quiet confidence only ancient things possess. You think about all the buildings you've seen collapse in your own life. Houses that rot in a decade, skyscrapers that shudder under their own weight, stadiums declared unsafe before the paint's even dry. And then this, a lump of mud in the desert, laughs in the face of time, and not because it's magic, but because it was built right, cared for, respected. The storm is past now, and you watch the sand settle around the base like a dog curling at its master's feet. No panic, no damage, just another line added to the dome's resume. And you realize the yakhchal wasn't just about storing ice. It was about enduring heat. And in that way, maybe it was storing hope too. The sun is merciless again, but something delightful is happening. You're sitting in the shade of a fig tree, your back resting against cool mud brick, and in your hands is a brass bowl, worn smooth, slightly dented, and filled with what can only be described as a miracle. In a cup shaved ice, drizzled with thick rosewater syrup, topped with mint leaves and a sprinkle of ground pistachio. Yes, you are eating ancient Persian sorbet, and you're not the first. Long before electricity or modern refrigeration, Persians were crafting ice-based delicacies with flair complexity and sometimes a bit too much saffron. In fact, the fusion of ice and culinary creativity was considered a mark of refinement, proof that a culture not only survived the desert, but tamed it enough to enjoy dessert. You take another spoonful. It's tart sweet and absurdly refreshing. A treat like this didn't just happen. It took planning, harvesting the ice, preserving it, crushing it with stone rollers or bronze blades, storing the syrup in clay jugs buried to keep cool. Every bite represents logistics, craftsmanship, and anticipation. You close your eyes and let the flavors sink in. And as you do, the past opens up like a lazy fan dance. In bustling bazaars, during festival seasons, stands were set up where vendors sold faluda, a favorite treat made with vermicelli noodles, frozen into slush with lime juice and rose water. It was icy, chewy, tangy, and utterly strange to newcomers. But for locals, it was summer survival. You can almost hear the clatter of brass bowls, the laughter of children clutching dripping cups, the arguments over who had the best syrup to ice ratio. The desert, for all its cruelty, became a backdrop for sweetness. But it wasn't just about flavor. It was about status. To serve ice, let alone ice desserts, meant you had connections, access, either to a private yakhchal or to someone who did. In royal courts, chilled confections were served in elaborate silver trays, often paired with fresh fruit or delicate pastries. Some even claim that early forms of ice cream were made by mixing goat's milk honey and crushed snow into a smooth paste, a primitive but luscious treat fit for nobility. One court document describes a banquet in which guests were served frozen apricot syrup between courses to reset the tongue. Another mentions shaved ice colored with beet juice and saffron, forming a bright two-tone pile in the center of the table. Quirky fact: in some cities, there was even a sorbet tax levied on merchants who made ice treats with ingredients considered too decadent. Apparently, a clever street vendor once disguised his syrup as medicine to dodge fees claiming his faluda cured nosebleeds. It didn't, but it sold out anyway. Historians still debate whether Persia truly invented ice-based desserts or simply perfected methods brought in via trade from India or China. There's some evidence that early versions of sweetened ice appeared in China as early as 2000 BCE. But what Persia did was unique. They turned ice into culture, into ritual, into celebration. Even the vessels mattered. Rich families owned double-walled bowls, copper or brass on the outside, ceramic on the inside, to help keep desserts cold longer. Others used clay cups that had been soaked in water and then chilled underground for hours. Some chefs even lined their dessert plates with rose petals or lavender leaves, not for taste, but for aesthetic chill. And then there were the drinks. You sip from a cup filled with sharbat, a classic Persian cooler. It's made with snow mint lemon and a splash of sugar syrup. It's not flashy. It doesn't sparkle or fizz, but it hits you like an alpine breeze. Sharbat was served to guests, to sick relatives, to travelers returning from the road. It was hospitality in liquid form. One elderly scholar once described Persian snow drinks as the tongue's way of thanking the sky. You smile at the poetry of it, because even today, the tradition lingers. In parts of Iran, Afghanistan, and Central Asia, you can still find faludi on street corners, still see blocks of ice chipped by hand, still hear the unmistakable scrape of spoon on bowl as someone reclaims winter on a blistering day. And here's a little-known custom. During Nowruz, the Persian New Year, some families used to place a bowl of ice or snow near the Haftzin table, symbolizing purity and freshness. The idea that the cold carried the memory of the year's hardest days, preserved so they wouldn't be forgotten. A dessert, a symbol, a memory, all from the belly of a mud dome. You take one final bite. It's melted a bit now, the syrup pooling at the bottom. But it still tastes like brilliance. Not because it's cold, but because it's earned. Every flake of ice, every drop of rose water tells you that people here didn't just endure the desert, they made it sweeter. The firelight dances across the walls of the courtyard, casting long shadows as the villagers settle into their evening routine. You sit just outside the yakhchal, full of dessert and curiosity, listening to a group of elders share stories beneath a frayed canopy. The air is cooler now, and with it comes something else, folklore. Because in ancient Persia, not everything about the yakhchal was science. Some of it was pure magic. You scoot closer to the circle as one of the elders, his beard streaked with gray and his voice dry as the wind leans in. You think it was men who built the first yakhchal, he says. No, it was the jinn. A quiet hush falls over the fire. Someone stirs the embers. The old man smirks and continues, eyes glittering with the pleasure of knowing something the rest of you don't. They say the desert was once cursed. No water, no shade, no sleep. And so the villagers begged the jinn to help. The jinn agreed, for a price. They built a dome that could trap winter in its belly, but only if the villagers never tried to enter it alone. If they did, the cold would turn them to dust. You glance at the dome behind you. It's hard not to feel a twinge of something. Fear no, respect. It's not just bedtime storytelling. These legends protected the structure. Just like don't go into the woods keeps kids safe. Don't go into the yakhchal after dark kept fools from tampering with ice stores. Folk beliefs, wrapped in frost and fear, became cultural insulation. Another woman chimes in this time with a gentler story. One about a widow who lived beside a yakhchal for 40 years. She never entered it, never touched the ice. But every summer, she'd wake to find a cold stone left on her doorstep, wrapped in cloth. No one ever saw who left it. Some said it was a jinn. Others said it was the dome itself. A quiet thank you for her watchful silence. Not every tale is so comforting. One legend warns of a mere yakhchal, a cursed version built upside down in the spirit world. If a villager made too much noise or showed greed during the ice harvest, the dome would flip, trapping them inside until the next solstice, when the jinn would trade them for a goat. That story ends with a scream or a bleat, depending on the version. And yet, even as you grin at the absurdity, something sticks. Because underneath all the exaggeration is a core truth. The yakhchal wasn't just a building. It was mysterious. It did things no one could fully explain. It held winter, inside summer, demanded silence, caution, reverence. That sounds like magic, doesn't it? Historians still debate the origin of these folk beliefs. Some argue they were remnants of Zoroastrian cosmology, where fire and ice had symbolic significance and domes represented the vault of heaven. Others say they're purely local, made up around the fire to keep kids entertained and adults in line. There's even a fringe interpretation that yakhchals were once burial domes, later converted to ice storage. No hard evidence supports this, but a few oddly placed domes without nearby pools or basins suggest they may have had other roles before becoming cold traps. Were they mausoleums, temples, a mix? No one knows for sure. You look up at the stars trying to picture the ancient night sky the original builders would have seen. Brighter, closer. Maybe that's why so many yakhchal myths involve the heavens. One tale claims the dome's shape mirrors the cosmic mountain at the center of the universe, and that cold was a gift from the stars themselves, trapped in Earth, so that humans might share in it. Quirky detail: some domes had tiny holes drilled into the apex, not for airflow, but for starlight. During certain nights, a single beam would shine straight down onto the ice, and that ice was considered sacred, used in weddings, blessings, or the occasional love potion. It's all strange and beautiful and wildly impractical, but so is the idea of freezing water in the desert. You begin to understand that the yakhchal's success wasn't just about thermodynamics. It was about belief. People believed in it, believed in the cold, believed that nature could be worked with, bargained with, maybe even tricked. And that belief gave them strength. As the fire dies down and the stories fade into silence, someone places a smooth, round stone into your palm. It's cold, not frozen, just cool to the touch. They smile and say nothing. You don't ask where it came from, because here, in the shadow of a dome that traps seasons, questions don't always need answers. Some things, like the chill beneath your fingertips, are better left unexplained. You wake before dawn, again this time, not to harvest ice, but to follow it. The villagers are already stirring, not just with the quiet purpose of tending pools or stacking bundles, but with travel on their minds. A small caravan forms at the edge of the camp. Donkeys, packed with baskets, leather jugs filled with water, reed-wrapped ice blocks secured with care. But there's something different this time. You're leaving Persia, because while the yakhchal may be Persian in name, the idea of cold in the desert wasn't theirs alone. You join the group as it begins to move east toward what would now be Afghanistan and into northern India. The terrain changes, slopes rise, trees thicken, and the heat becomes more humid. But the idea travels well. You learn quickly that the wisdom of ice has many regional dialects. Take ancient India, for example. Records from the Mughal Empire describe ice being harvested from Himalayan foothills, wrapped in straw, and transported by night to royal courts. Some emperors reportedly kept ice gardens, special groves planted in shade, where ice was preserved in pits surrounded by plants that exhaled cool moisture. It wasn't a yakhchal, but the principle was the same: work with nature, not against it. In China, long before the Tang Dynasty, ice houses were built with double-thick walls and lined with compacted snow. They weren't conical like yakhchals, but they served a similar purpose: seasonal storage for the elite. In some regions, they used compressed earth mounds over pits, with openings just large enough for a man to crawl through. And Egypt. Yes, even in the land of pyramids and papyrus, ice made its way into recorded history. Though rare, the ancient Egyptians experimented with night cooling, by leaving shallow ceramic pans on rooftops during the winter. Under the clear desert sky, thin ice would form. Some of it was used for medicine, some for religious rituals, and in at least one case for embalming experiments trying to preserve the dead with frost. Historians still argue whether these techniques developed independently or spread via trade. The Silk Road wasn't just for spices and fabric, it was a highway for ideas. Along those dusty paths traveled recipes, symbols, and yes, architectural blueprints. Some believe Persian engineers were sent east as advisors. Others claim Chinese emissaries brought back scrolls describing ice domes of the western sands. You stop in a village that has its own strange version of a yakhchal, a half-submerged rectangular vault, its ceiling barely peeking above ground. The locals call it a cool house and claim it predates the Mongols. You step inside. It smells of moss, clay, and potatoes. That's right. They don't store ice here. They store tubers wrapped in straw and cooled with stones that have been chilled in mountain rivers. A distant cousin of the yakhchal, adapted for altitude and agriculture. You smile at the ingenuity. The principle survives even if the shape doesn't. Quirky fact: in parts of Central Asia, nomadic groups used insulated carts made from animal hide and straw to store frozen milk during winter journeys. They'd bury the containers when they stopped letting them rest in snow pits shaded by tents. One explorer's journal called it ice that rides. Back in Persia, builders heard tales of these techniques and sometimes experimented. There are fragments of yakhchals with flat tops modeled after Chinese ice houses. Others with venting corridors instead of domes trying to mimic Indian shade gardens. Some of it worked, some of it didn't. But the willingness to adapt, that's what kept the ice alive. You find it comforting, this shared ambition across civilizations, different languages, different gods, different stones and bricks, but the same goal to keep cold when it shouldn't be cold, to carry a sliver of winter into a world that sweats and scorches, to preserve not just food, but peace of mind. Even more surprising, the presence of ice in ancient trade records. Merchants bartered not just silk or gems, but promises of cold. For 3 sacks of barley, I will deliver 2 nights' ice. Some contracts were poetic, 1 moon's worth of frost for 1 sun's worth of grain. Others harshly transactional, ice or debt, and the spiritual element persisted too. In Hindu tradition, snow from sacred mountains was believed to have healing properties. In early Islamic texts, ice was referred to as the crystal breath of night, a phrase still used in Persian poetry today. You pause at a temple market in a northern Indian town. There's a woman selling iced mango syrup stored in clay jugs packed in river ice. Children press their faces to the jugs, hoping for a few cool seconds. It's nothing new, and yet everything about it feels timeless. You realize something as you sit beneath a banyan tree, watching a dog nap in the shade of an ice cart. The world didn't wait for electricity to discover coolness. It waited for cleverness, for observation, for the patient watching of shadows and stars. And once that cleverness took root, it grew everywhere. Sometimes in domes, sometimes in ditches, but always from the same root, hope in the heat. You return to Persia, now not as a traveler, but as someone who's seen the yakhchal story ripple through other lands. But something's different this time. The villages are quieter. The domes are cracked. The basins lie dry and forgotten. You run your hand along a wall that once pulsed with life and frost and feel nothing but warm dust. The age of the yakhchal is ending, not with an explosion, not with a war, just with a whisper. Modernity crept in, and the old ways, as they always do, began to fade. It started slowly. In the 19th century, foreign merchants brought ice from abroad, shipped in sawdust-packed crates across oceans and deserts. Then came mechanical ice makers, crude at first, noisy, unreliable. But they worked. And unlike the yakhchal, they didn't care about the moon, the breeze, or whether your village dog barked at clouds before sunset. People began to prefer guarantees over rhythms. The yakhchal required rituals, time, teamwork. It demanded maintenance, silence, cooperation. But now, there was a humming box that delivered cold at the flick of a switch. A box that didn't need children sweeping dust from trenches or elders charting stars. And so the domes emptied, ice farming stopped, pools dried up. The wind filled the basins with sand. People built cement houses and moved the goats inside. And the yakhchals, they became ghosts. Some were torn down their bricks, recycled into walls, mosques, even schools. Others stood untouched, but unloved, left to bake in the sun they once defied. No more laughter at dawn. No more whispered stories about jinn. Just birds nesting where herbs once hung in cool corners. You walk through one such yakhchal now. Its spiral ramp is clogged with debris. The central chamber echoes with footsteps that no longer carry bundles of ice. You pause listening, but all you hear is absence. Historians still debate when the decline truly began. Some blame colonial influence. Others point to industrial shifts or population growth. But the result is the same. By the mid-20th century, the age of traditional ice storage was over. And yet, not quite. You step outside and find a boy, maybe 10 years old, playing near the base of the dome. He's carving a spiral into the dust with a stick. Not words, just a shape. The shape of the ramp you just walked. He doesn't know what it meant. Not really. But something about it stuck. You ask him what this place is. He shrugs. My grandfather says it kept water cold. Long ago. But now it's full of spiders. You both laugh. But something tugs at your chest because the structure's still here. And if the bones remain, maybe the memory does too. Even in ruins, the yakhchal refuses to vanish completely. Quirky fact. In the 1980s, a group of architecture students from Tehran surveyed abandoned yakhchals and discovered that the temperature at the bottom of one still hovered 10 degrees C cooler than outside. Despite cracks, neglect, and heat, the design was still fighting the sun. Alone, you lean against the dome, staring up at its fading peak. The lime plaster is peeling, revealing the mud beneath. A little green shoot grows from the base, fed by meltwater that no longer exists. A metaphor, if you're feeling poetic. And you are, because this isn't just a story about buildings. It's a story about effort, The kind of effort we rarely make now. The kind that stretches over seasons and generations. The kind that says we can outthink nature. Not conquer it, not control it, but collaborate with it. We built domes that breathed, trenches that froze, chambers that remembered the cold when no one else did. And now, standing here in silence, you mourn the passing, not just of a structure, but of a philosophy. Because maybe what we lost with the yakhchal wasn't just a way to store ice. Maybe we lost a way of looking at the world, of working with shadows, of listening to wind, of believing that the night sky could give you something more than stories, that it could give you solutions. So the dome crumbles, but even in its decline it teaches, and you in this quiet place feel like a student again. But the story doesn't quite end. There does it, because somewhere in the last few decades, someone looked at a crumbling dome and thought, not what a relic, but what if we built one again? You find yourself in the city of Yazd, walking through an architectural school courtyard where models of domes and wind catchers dot the space like sculptures in a museum of ambition. Students squat beside blueprints, tracing airflow diagrams. A professor explains softly but passionately that the yakhchal is coming back. Yes, you heard that right. Rediscovery, restoration, revival. Turns out, in a world increasingly aware of climate change, vanishing resources, and over-reliance on electricity, the humble yakhchal, once buried by modernity, is being dug up again. Literally and figuratively, it started with architectural historians eager to preserve Iran's vanishing past. Then came engineers, intrigued by the yakhchal's passive cooling system. Then environmentalists, searching for off-grid solutions in a warming world. Now even governments and NGOs are paying attention. You stand beside a newly rebuilt dome. Yes, newly built, with old techniques. It's not a tourist replica. It's a functioning ice house modeled on original principles, using local materials. There's even a team of farmers attempting to harvest ice the traditional way, just to prove it still works. Spoiler, it does. One professor gestures proudly at the venting shafts and thick sarouge walls. It's more than nostalgia, she says. It's resilience. You peer inside, and sure enough, it's cool. Not chilly, not glacial, but comfortably cool in the brutal Iranian summer. And all without a plug, a compressor, or a power line. Historians still argue whether this revival is symbolic or truly scalable. Some say it's a romantic gesture doomed to remain academic. Others point to working prototypes in remote villages where power cuts are frequent and passive cooling isn't just smart, it's survival. In 2016, 2 Iranian engineers even won international praise for using yakhchal-inspired domes to preserve fruits and vegetables in rural farms. The technique built a dome over a sunken chamber with ventilation chimneys and insulation layers. Result fresh food, stored for weeks longer, even in triple-digit temperatures. Quirky detail. One student team added solar-powered misters to replicate nighttime condensation, accelerating internal cooling without abandoning the dome's aesthetic. They called it a cyborg yakhchal. The name didn't catch on, but the results did. And here's the twist. It's not just happening in Iran. Across the globe, a new wave of climate-conscious designers are revisiting ancient techniques. In India, stepwells and stone granaries are being surveyed for cooling clues. In Egypt, mud brick domes are being reintroduced to new housing projects. Even in California and Arizona permaculture, enthusiasts are looking into desert fridges built from earth and stone. The philosophy: ancient problems don't always need new answers. Sometimes they just need old ones dusted off. You sit at the edge of the restored yakhchal, watching a few school children toss pebbles into the dry trench basin. One of them points up and says, "It looks like a spaceship." The teacher smiles and replies, "Maybe. But it landed here 1,000 years ago." And she's not wrong, because the yakhchal isn't just a monument. It's a bridge between eras, between ideologies, between arrogance and humility. We once believed only machines could save us. Now we remember sometimes design saves us. Shape, orientation, material, patience, and most importantly, listening. The Persians listened to the desert. They didn't demand from it. They bargained with it. They shaded when it burned. They buried when it scorched. They asked gently how to live with it, not against it. You take a final look inside the dome. A few tourists wander through snapping photos. One young couple reads a plaque nodding slowly. They didn't grow up with this knowledge, but they're learning, relearning. That's what rediscovery feels like. Not fanfare, not fireworks, just the slow return of a forgotten wisdom whispered back into the wind. And maybe, just maybe this time, we'll listen longer. Night falls again, and the sky returns to black velvet, embroidered with stars. You sit alone outside the yakhchal, the newly rebuilt one, its fresh plaster glowing pale in the moonlight. It looks both ancient and newborn. A memory brought to life. You think of all you've seen, not just the cleverness of construction or the elegance of airflow, but the people, the whispers, the laughter over syrup-drizzled ice, the stories of gin, of thievery, of festival drinks and royal demands. You didn't just learn about how ancient Persians stored ice in the desert. You learned why they had to. And now, a question forms quietly, like dew. Could this work again today? The modern world hums with cold. Refrigerators buzz in every home. AC vents puff out manufactured frost. Ice comes from trays, bags, machines. It's everywhere. And so, it's invisible, but it costs. Electricity, infrastructure, fossil fuels, resources extracted to power comfort. And in a world where temperatures rise and power grids wobble, ice the real kind, the meaningful kind, might once again be a treasure, not a background feature. You stare up at the stars, and the air is cool, not cold, but stillness has returned. And in that stillness, you remember the feeling of entering the yakhchal's belly. That first breath, that hush. It's tempting to believe we've moved past it all. That domes and mud bricks belong to museum glass and coffee table books. That innovation means wires, plastic, neon blue coolant flowing through steel coils. But maybe that's arrogance, or maybe it's amnesia. Historians still debate whether a large-scale return to structures like the yakhchal is realistic. Can passive cooling truly compete with the grid? Will people sacrifice convenience for rhythm, for ritual, for architectural humility? Some say yes, especially in places where energy is scarce and the sun is relentless. Others scoff, arguing that nostalgia makes for pretty domes, but poor logistics. But here's what no one debates. The yakhchal worked, and not just for a decade or two, but for centuries. Quietly, efficiently, sustainably, without polluting, without demanding. The desert was brutal, and the yakhchal didn't fight it. It cooperated. It adjusted. It whispered to it like an old friend and said, "Let's find a way to live together." You walk once more around the dome. Your footsteps are soft, reverent. In some distant future, maybe people will look back at our air conditioners, our mini fridges, and wonder why we made everything so complicated. Why we didn't trust time-tested shapes or believe in the breeze. Why we forgot to listen to the stars. You stop at the doorway. The stone beneath your palm is warm from the day, but it's cooling fast now, just as it always has, just as it always will if we let it. Because the yakhchal wasn't just an invention, it was a lesson, and you've stayed up long enough to hear it. And now, as we close the door on this long, quiet journey through deserts and domes, let your breath slow. Let the shape of the yakhchal linger behind your eyelids, wide, steady, unbothered by the world rushing around it. The winds have calmed, the sands have settled, and the night sky, that ancient blueprint that taught builders where to place their pools and how to angle their domes, stretches quietly above you, not asking for attention, just being there. You can almost feel the cool of the earth beneath you, not frozen, not dramatic, just steady, just enough. You remember the hands, mud-streaked and patient, that layered brick upon brick, the whispers of grandmothers over freezing pools, the soft tug of a reed mat wrapped around a precious shard of ice. Each moment folded inside the next like layers of straw around a crystal. Let them settle with you now. You don't have to remember every fact or retell every tale. All you have to do is let the dome stand in your mind, in your breath, in your bones, as a soft, round symbol of what happens when people listen. To the wind, to the water, to each other. And so tonight sleep, knowing that in the vast, hot places of the world, someone once built a place for winter to live. And maybe if we're wise, we will again.